We returned. It's been a little bit since we did some Great Ace Attorney. Been a couple weeks. Some stuff has happened. That's all. But we back. We attorneying. We lawyering. We are checking to see if the audio works real fast. I don't completely remember where we left off. Okay, good. We do have audio. We're good. It's just quiet right now. But the moment I pulled up the game and it has this line, it's like, okay, I'm remembering a little bit. The last thing I think happened was someone was like, oh yeah, we saw the guy. The guy that we saw had 4 books. He dropped 4 books, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, we know that that's not true, or at least that's not true of our client. Our client there, he bought 3 books. We know that. So let's go prove that. Oh, right. I forgot about them. I also forgot voices are a thing. A moment as well. Okay. Is that good? Yeah, I'll live without it. That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamy something. First of all, that's not remembering all the books. Second of all, shit. Those are the books, though. Oh, it's 3 of the books. Alright. I don't like picture, yearnings, meal, and thingamies. Picture, the meal, yearnings. But we know that it was... But at the very least, okay, the names are close enough. Whatever, sure. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. Right, they're married. But there's a... Hello, Maya. Welcome. Am I the law yet? Not yet. We're working on it. One day I'll be able to scream that I'm the law at somebody, but today's not that day. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no. What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? I don't remember all the voices I had for them before. We're just gonna keep going. Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. Now, if I recall correctly, actually, the reason why we're pointing this out is to kind of make the rest of their testimony very flawed. Or, no, to prove that the rest of their testimony is like, calls into question. It's like, well, you were wrong about this thing. Perhaps you were wrong about more. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear. I saw. Oh god, I'm just remembering all the jokes from the last time with these 2. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. After all, it was dark, it was nighttime, it was cold, you never know. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Objection!
No. What you got, Baron von Vampire? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my Japanese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. That kind of can be denied, like, because they don't know for 100% certainty that it's him. The fact that you know very well, you have no hope of disproving. Well, you're striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. I mean, like, maybe a little bit. Also, it's kind of important, though. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. What's your plan as someone to recoil against you? Well, okay. I know exactly what he's about to pull up. It's the fact that the names of the books that she recalled are obviously not the same, but annoyingly close. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain first. To the policeman's wife, and an entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh? You see, the matter is not up for debate. The scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books, were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Okay, well, there's probably another one on the other side. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say, why the fuck was this not brought out earlier, Von Zykes? Stop setting the courtroom on fire. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride? It's burned. Wait a second. Okay, there was a fire recently that we know of on the floor above, or was it 2 floors above? Regardless, in the building that, what's his face, Natsume is currently living in. That old general. There's a fire up there, and I have a feeling this is probably connected to that. Also, it's lion motif. That's definitely that general. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Wasn't expecting it in her hand, though. But wait, okay, hold on. This still doesn't make sense. There are 4 books, yes. But she also very specifically said that he killed her and then dropped the books. If she was dead, how the fuck she holding on to that book? That's my question. Hold on. There, you see? Look at that, look! Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yeah, sir? Just all right, sir? The study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. B, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur... somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. That was definitely wrong. I do not know French. That was... We're just gonna skip past that. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone? A meal for Gabriel. Give it... what out? God damn, language is hard. But, as the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book tells us flawlessly, save for a few minutes. That's not flawlessly! It's close enough that I'm gonna give this one to you. But that's not flawlessly. Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. I mean, to be honest, that is actually a little bit amazing, but still. Did you hear that, really? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yeah, sir. Flawless, sir. Trisha is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. Although, I guess it makes sense if she saw that 4th book and just like, oh, books, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't differentiate the fact that she happened to be holding 1 and he dropped 3 and all this other stuff. But that still begs the question, what was she doing? There's still so many questions. I'm sorry, Consul, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. Ah, shit, he's gonna bring up my argument. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Okay, that picture looks a little bit different. Will you submit that, the aforementioned photographic print, to the court, please, Counsel? My pleasure, my lord. He looks like the kind of guy that he expects other people to call him my lord, and not him calling anyone that. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. The fourth book has been entered into the court record. I'm definitely about to take a look at that. The prosecution rests. Okay, you're not resting. The prosecution doesn't rest until the end of the trial, but whatever. What the hell? Oh, there. Holy shit. What the ever... This book is absolutely ruined. Like from the picture, it looked like it was just a little bit at the end, but oh no, this entire book is unreadable. You're getting like 20 pages in, if that, and then it's just like, oh, I wonder what happens next. I mean, you can like half read the pages, but it's just like, what the fuck? Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the later pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Because it goddamn should, my dude. Fourth book's information has been updated in the court record. What else we got? Title, Lion's Pride. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute! The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait, did we meet an author recently? Let me open the book. Literally, just let me see the first page. I don't even need to see any of these later pages. Let me just see the opening of the book. The titles should be an author right here or down here or something, but... Who was the author? No, you just reading it. I need to read... No. Oh. Shit, it's none of them. Fuck, I don't know. We'll find out, I don't remember. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything was said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat? You're already married, but that's alright. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Are we gonna have to do a second summation examination? Yeah, shit. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryusuke, think. What do you do now? Shit, I need to see what evidence we have. Okay. Crap. Burned book. No. A victim hand. No blood. Only thing I noticed is weird. So how do I that shit? Crap. This one doesn't even have blood on it anymore. Yeah, okay, right. There might still be metal in the tip, but that's not helpful to our current situation. Shit. Young woman. Unconscious while down. Right. She's not dead. She's in a coma. Shit. Victor remain unconscious. Sabu, no, this has injury. Shit. Book receipt. Crap, the fact that she knows the names and the fact that those are the books that are there is oof, that's bad. We already proved that the long way around. Okay, so we proved that the long way around is very viable. He could have gone the short way, maybe. We don't know. Honestly, we just don't. Crap, that's nothing. Oh no. Do we have an objection to raise? I don't think we do. Fiercely proud of her police husband. Shit. Iris, help. Herlock? We're just gonna wait and see what happens. I should just keep quiet now and see what happens.
Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture, in which case...
Mr. Naruhodo, was I not clear? The case for the defense is in great danger. Yes, I realize that, which is why I decided to let the sweat drip from my trembling brow in silence. You're so right, sorry. If I don't say anything now, it'll be all over. I don't want it well for us. I can't let that happen. No, wait. The fence...
Objection!
The defense will have to wait. Because of that sackless hesitation, cannot go unpunished. Ugh, fuck you. Ugh. Isn't your derisive finger pointing punishment enough? Seriously, like burning into my soul. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. What's this? It's like weird. Whatever. Moving on. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Von Zykes, it seems somewhat boorish to close down a debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For all the judicial system will have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Or maybe your little island piece of shit is, you know, just fucking rude as hell. Rude as hell, whatever. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo.
One of Islam's great guiding principles is tolerance. So,
Tolerance? The British Empire?
the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please. Come on, save us out of this, get us out of this hole.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in the moment. Well, we don't really have much of a choice now, do we? And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. I mean, it's definitely the book. But... So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Sasato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case, and hitherto been overlooked.
I mean, it has to be this one, right? It's the only option. It's the only new piece of evidence that we have to give. I guess we're fucking going for it.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Are you blind, my dude? You were literally holding it. Probably. Pursuing the matter further would be a fragrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, Counsel, I must concur with the prosecution of this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue.
Are you all fucking blind as shit? The answer is yes. The answer they are. Oh. I think he just figured something out.
So I must insist that you elaborate, Counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's... Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you may be right.
Counsel. Precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Well, I mean, it's certainly not here. I don't know. Guys, what do you think this vital piece of information could be? I mean, there's just no way of knowing. We really just can't tell. Something so important. Oh dear lord, what could it ever be? Oh, whoops, I meant to press X, not A, that's fine. Or at least I forgot that I need to press that, whatever. Same difference. Blah blah blah, definitely rings a bell. Yes, we are well aware.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? But you... Good gracious! Oh my god!
Maya! Maya! I think he needs new glasses.
It's been brought to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what's clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Actually, it's kind of... That's true, if it was planted.
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Oh! What if it's a plant? See, that's my guess now currently, is that the 4 books are a plant, but...
Whereas you can see the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some bare clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this story told us of it?
Why, its owner, obviously. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well. I'll pray along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise.
I mean, that's basically what it is at this point. We're grasping at straws. It's all we ever do.
But remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Well, lucky for us, one of the members of the jury can actually answer this question for us.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial.
You said, yeah, I'm pretty sure basically everything anyone says in a court is pretty damn important unless it gets stricken from the record.
So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Why, one Mr. John Gennett, of course.
Who the fuck is that?
Well, let's ask the maid over there. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodging. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garridab. I mean, Mr. Garridab and his maid definitely know Mrs. Garridab there. Oh, 100% Maya. Like, it's... how far do we go with this? Let's just say there's probably a good chance that they have, something a little bit more specific for that. We don't have an emote for it. Keaton has an emote for it. You have... I'm just gonna... We don't need to think too hard about it. There's absolutely nothing weird going on here. Not at all.
The landlord?
Well, no, I'm sorry, that was his one.
The landlord?
No, fuck, I lost his voice all of a sudden. Where'd it go? It flew off into the wind. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence...
The landlords?
There you go. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for this jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garridab herself. Oh my goodness, I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garridab's wife. I'm his maid. And what's that ring on your finger, by the way? Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garridab's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman has the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public.
You besmirch her without the shred of evidence. Wait, what? Are we well, oh, wait. Sorry. We're calling someone a landlord. We're definitely besmirching them. 100%.
Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was... Right, it was at the same time. I forgot about that. Okay, that brings a lot into question. That means that 100% is a plant. I was thinking it's probably a plant because there's no way it would be the same books. But it's definitely, we know for a fact it's a plant now because, dear God, the stabbing happened at the same time the book would have caught fire. So how the fuck did she have the burned book when it was happening at the same exact moment? Another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garridab's house. I mean, Mr. Garridab and his maid's house, because he definitely is banging the maid. They're not married, but he's banging the maid. The lack of music in this moment just really punches in the things I just said, and we're gonna move on.
Good Lord! What sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
I'd say it was. Up in the Lincoln Eye, you know. A place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for a fire spread, of course. But the furniture still going up as well. Worst of it is, we lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's...
That's where we heard the book.
It's my favorite. Book called The Lion's...
The book just... Wait. But...
The lion... Wait.
Vampire.
The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title as the subject of this debate.
How do you mean?
Objection!
This is risible.
Risible.
Or you thought the court that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, oops, sorry, bumped the mic, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
No one's saying shit about magic, motherfucker. Also, no one should be talking about magic when you're a goddamn vampire. No. We're talking about planting, forging evidence, Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrett was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, really? Absolutely not, sir. My patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Not unless you ask. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. I regret nothing.
As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up and smoke. Then the water started hurling things like me. There was art back up against the window and a heavy.
Oh! I forgot about this. She chucked a book out the window.
There I was, back up against the window, on a heavy enemy fire. Incendiary book coming 10 to the dozen.
The lion's pride was thrown out the window, and she picked it up.
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Perhaps. She probably picked it up. This still doesn't explain everything.
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Geredev's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Geredev household. Because we're not just lawyers, we're investigators, because these motherfuckers don't do their goddamn job. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mrs. Geredev's wife?
I feel like that voice is trained like 3 times in that one sentence. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. And possibilities must be explored in a court of law. Wait, he screamed. It's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that little tips that the whole neighborhood alike, honestly. Who the fuck said it? Thank you for confirming it, thank God. But also, I never fucking said that. Stop putting words in my mouth, damn it. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. Lady, you're kind of mixing and matching whether or not... Are you Mrs. Geredeb or are you that maid? Which one? No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Tracking an upsetting sister's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Do right. Here we go. How long was I there now, listening to this Nipponian smart-ass fancy foreign theories? But, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
We don't know this. I do declare you're right. It's true. Who says fucking who? Yes, what did I just tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry. What's that? As long as the old man doesn't give us a person in the black, we might be fine.
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement.
That's true. We're a lawyer, we're an investigator, we're the forensics lab. We do interviews, we did direct, like, face... Yeah, I think I'm running out of shit. No, that's everything. Is that everything? Lawyer, investigator, friend. You know, we're sometimes also the accused. Can't leave that part out. That's important. I'm just making sure something real fast. Make sure the video's not. Yeah, just let me know if anything's... Nope, okay, we're good. Sorry. Just checking.
What is your position, Lord Van Zykes?
How many bottles of wine do you have? Wait, also... He never actually drinks it. Actually, I was about to say, how drunk do you get during these court hearings? But he takes very small sips, actually.
In truth, my lord, I feel it has been unnecessarily protracted proceedings, but then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
Everything attached to the law except for judge. That's true. We're also not the jury. Or the executioner. We're basically everything else, though. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Oh, right, I forgot he does this.
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
I mean, I did. That's kind of the point. Is no one going to talk? What? What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time?
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Ah, shit.
Guilty.
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 Oh, old man, no, please! We need your help, old man. Ah, shit. We have to do another summation examination? Oh, crap. Gang, we might be in trouble.
And thank you all for that unambiguous response.
Oh, that's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Huh? Mr. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense has to exercise its right to a summation examination again.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I believe we have every right to figure out what the fuck's going on here. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Yeah, crap.
To be continued.
In about 10 seconds. And in that 10-second period, yes, we're safe. Water. Everyone get some water. Or drink some water if you have it. I hope you all have water with you. It's very important. Quick stretch. Oof. There we go. Wait, how long is that scarf?
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure.
Thank you, my lord.
So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Judicial findings. Oh boy.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't they? There's the books of his.
If there's some novel, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime with the windows closed, can it?
Dearly me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening even with the direct hit. What? I'm sorry, hold on. Hold on. Wait, what? What are you... Are you saying we hit the woman with the book?
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I didn't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Oh, come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago that gave me the sneezes.
Sir, what is... This man... I have questions for this man and how he lives. And mainly how he... Like, if everything's alright, are you okay, sir?
Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene.
No, that's not how this works.
And moreover, more fire. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime
That you know of.
that you fucking know of.
Asshole.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if this conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way,
And yet I'm gonna do my damnedest. That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? So, Mrs. Garridab saying something interesting. She said a direct hit wouldn't be legal. And I've pointed this out before, there's no blood here. What if she got conked on the head? Like, obviously, that doesn't explain basically anything. There's still a lot of questions going on here, but...
Ooh, excuse me. Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide.
Wait. What if she threw a knife? What if she threw a book? Okay, here's something interesting. Throws the book, hits Miss Olive on the head. Not enough to knock her out. It's like, whatever, there's a book, it's on fire, whatever. She reaches down, she picks it up. Huh, interesting, a book. And then, shing! Out of nowhere, out of the fucking sky, comes a knife straight into her back as she's picking up this book, and her back is to the window where the book just came from. Doesn't even have to hit her in the head for that to happen. In that case, the answer would be no one stabbed the woman. In which case, there's no crime. Well, no, there's still a crime. Someone threw a knife out the window, but other than that,
Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruto, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. Although, actually, throwing a knife out the window does kind of explain everything. No pressure then.
Well, that's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, Consul.
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Oh, that's new. Double slap. Oh, it just says one. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garridab. We have a book that disappeared from the Garridab's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand. One second, I need to look at something. Other than the fact that it's missing its tip, there's no discernible markings on this blade to give us. No initials. Hello, hello, Punisher, welcome, welcome. There's no initials on the blade. It's not monogrammed. It's just a random-ass knife. But it is commonplace, so there must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Cleans up after every glass he breaks, or is there just an... someone probably cleans up in between trials, but right now there's at least, like, just 3 piles of broken glass underneath there, covered in, well, mostly burned off wine. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garridab and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Oh, now we're getting that. Okay. That was the thing we were doing in regular witness testimony, but now we're doing it here. The defense's rebuttal. There's a surf that sneaks in after each glass breaks. That's actually entirely possible. It's not like we're looking at it the whole time. Accused have behind evidence those 3 books. That's technically true. If there's some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. A little bit. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed. But what if it was open? And also, I think it can. What if those two are connected? Okay, we can still press. We're gonna do that in a moment. You're not helpful. Neither of you are helpful at the moment. You're both... Okay. There's not much to press here, so I'm gonna move on to her.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a light on your face. I do declare, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So I read them in the first place. You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking. I mean, sort of. You know what? I can't deny the logic in that one. Not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. Despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic. What did you say? Overwhelmingly. Most modern girls are always led to embrace new fads, you know? So I'll be only happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one. I have a theory. Can I just spout it into this microphone? Will the game hear me? Dude, good. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you admitted rational there. Alright, let's press this guy.
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. I'm waiting on you to react, please. How can you be sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see? But you couldn't categorically say that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. He makes a point. Sorry. Got a little ahead of ourselves there. Somehow, I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Alright, let's see what she has to say. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? The flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. What should I do? Well, he brought to the point himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? No, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. Yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of the suggestion that was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. You're right. That's a good point, Punisher. Homemade gumbo is definitely a loving incendiary grenade. One that, it's on a delayed timer, depending on how it's made. But yes. Also tacos, generally. Spicy food in general, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mr. Garrett's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. That's interesting.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both. Like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer. He wants... Yeah, she's been doing that for a bit. I'm sure he wants to, but he's just like, we're not doing this. I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus didn't want to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Situation like this crops up just the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny. I can't quite remember. Sorry? It's too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged to the Thames by a scarf. I hope not. Or again, unless he asks for it. Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato. There's just some way to jog his memory about this. Come to think of it, we had a fire at the home a while ago. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? I'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren made me a lovely cake for my birthday. It had 75 candles on it on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh, Rita's cake. Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. Flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture, closet, and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch a cold from a fire? Oh, what a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. I mean, you're not wrong. If he can, yeah, that's true. Make candles go that far out. And then because of the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course. I had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The mighty winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave. It did. I got a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. But that definitely brings up a good point. Things are on fire. Garydeb runs to the window. A, he's getting away from his wife. And B, there's a goddamn fire. Open the window. Get that smoke out. And all this other stuff. That's why the window's open. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or she could have done. You couldn't just say they. Yes, but once again, the juror statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. Alright, I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit you. No, that's not, no. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pick you. Winter house fires are dire. You have to open the windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you, you see.
Objection!
Here we go. These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do. How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6 account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. Yeah, definitely Punisher. Poor old dude. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garydeb household, and Mr. Garydeb had the following to say. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh my. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on, we're just gonna sit here for a moment. Ma'am? First of all, that's way too much tea. Second of all, that teapot, what is that, like hardest teapot or something? What the fuck? Do you have something to say? Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garydeb, how dare you mean? What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? I was thinking that too. I'm just like, oh god, she's gonna have to pee soon. It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which couldn't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nurse to do otherwise. It's bad. There's no reasoning with her. There's no reasoning here. Can't do it. Of course. I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement. Now you mentioned it, yes, the window was open at the time. Open when the woman was throwing books.
Objection!
Statements,
Hold it! I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense.
What?
I'm a banker, don't forget, uneducated man. And there's no contradiction as far as I can see. Oh.
Technically, there was no contradiction. I was hoping to kind of add on to this.
Right so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury clubs.
Alright, fine, fuck you. There's nothing whimsical about it. Very important to listen carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. You said to make connections, not just contradictions. He said might, she said it was. That's what I wanted. Fine, you throw anything else out there, ma'am? The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband's the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? Is this a joke? No, Lion's Pride. I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. Yes, he was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. As well I know, ma'am, I do not throw shit. Absolutely not. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book. What's the title of it? Sir?
Excuse me!
Sir, are you alright? What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was.
No, we're not going to go that far.
That memory I blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought her all flooding back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or the maid, I'll have you know. Man doesn't even flinch. Tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy. You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. Oh, I can hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the dear wages, love.
Wait. 2 weeks ago. Was this? No, wait. A knife. This is... wait. The knife? He's about to say that she threw the knife and it chipped and in the end broke. Right? Was the... Did this happen 2 weeks ago? Crap, I don't remember the timing anymore. Crap, crap, I don't remember how long ago this incident took place anymore. I don't think it was 2 weeks. 2 weeks is too long. I think it was only 2 days ago.
I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day wages love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck to the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep.
Okay, yeah. No words, just terror.
I can smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench at the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rock, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchet, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Yes, don't worry, Miss Woman who throws me to the ground often. I don't believe that. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. I'd rather throw the person themselves. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. I have a feeling we're going to be looking at the bad end of one of those one day. Woman in a rage will hurl anything.
Here we go. If I pit that against that, have a deeply significant connection. Thank you. Okay, that means we did good.
Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2. Do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean, I dare say? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. There was no stabbing, it was a throwing.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of the book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Ah, you listen here, you Stingala. As the foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. You gave us some yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that's found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? No, of course not. It landed in front of her.
Even my missus hasn't got a name like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Well, that was a bad noise that I made, and I should not do it again. I have a feeling that's a yes if I ever saw one. Because here's the thing. Because it's an accident, she might not get charged the same way, so sure, she's fine. Lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just didn't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman?
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
The poor old man there, just like, I have no idea what's happening. Hell yeah, we did it twice. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. We put Mrs. Garrideb up on the stand and get a new jury number 4.
So, as a result of the Finch's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. And the one of them calling guilty has no idea what he's doing, and the other one looks like they fainted. So, can someone bring a stretcher? Some smelling salts. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
Hell yeah, we fucking did it, yo. But also, oh, there's no, whatchamacallit, what's the word? There's no culprit in this crime. There's no person who really did it.
Now then, Lord Van Zykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
What are you thinking here, Zykes?
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
Stop, motherfucker, I hate you. I despise this man with my soul.
Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
Oh, there goes another one. How expensive do you think those glasses are? Let's say modern American dollars. Let's say modern American dollars. I'm gonna say they look pretty expensive. They're pretty ornate. I'd say $30 minimum.
But what follows is so repugnant as good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zykes, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of these places that are being discussed.
These were walking the warehouse. Oh, yeah. That sounds like a thing. Oh, the 50 to 75. Ooh, that's not a bad guess. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Because the window points out to this road. We know that for a fact. It goes from here, and it could go out here. So, it's across the street, yeah, but if you're on the 3rd floor, well, 2nd floor, fine, whatever. The British, 2nd floor, not the 3rd floor. You can toss something, especially if she's throwing it pretty hard, it can go pretty far. You got some distance on it. It can go across the street, I think.
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household lies a rather wide street, Brian Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, 15 yards.
Really? That's it? 15 yards? Wait, no, I'm thinking 15 feet. Oh shit, no, 15 yards is a bit more than that. That's about 45 feet, which... Again, the problem is with the arc, like... It has so far to fall down. I think it's possible. Let me see. 15 yards, and it's about 3 meters. 14 meters. Oh, god damn it, no. A yard is a meter. Why do I keep messing this up? Something's wrong with my brain today. A meter is close to a yard, so 15 yards is 14 meters. Whatever. Fuck this. Kill me. Stupid brain. I'm just not used to people talking in yardage. Wait. Hold on. British don't use yards. Why is it in yards? Shouldn't it have been in meters regardless? British and Japanese, don't they both use don't they both use the metric system? That's exactly what I'm saying, Punisher, is through the book, and it... Now, the problem that Zeke's is talking about here is distance, but I think with the height, I think the distance is possible. It might be difficult, but I think it's probably possible, but my guess of what happened right now is like tossing stuff, book went out first, it hit the ground in front of her. She's like, what the hell is this? Oh, that's weird. And like, she bent down to pick it over, and her back is to where it just came from, excuse me. And while she's picking it up, like she stands up, book, weird. Why is it burnt? Why was it on fire when it came out and then hit the snow and now it's no longer on fire? And then all of a sudden, shing, again, to the back. And then that's when Natsume is like, this person just fell, drops his books, runs. And that's when Mr. and Mrs. Beat over down the street see her collapse, him running. And everything makes sense. Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having important significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. Yes, I've already explained all this, thank you. In other words, this smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the... You're an idiot. You're an idiot. What, Zeke, at what point did I ever say that it flew into her hand? When did I say that? Someone have that clip ready of when I said that happened.
Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friends?
No!
Under the jackknife following your identical trajectory to plunge to the middle of the...
Okay, now that one did happen.
This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think.
She wasn't collapsed until the knife hit her back, you fool.
Unless...
No, that's basically what I think happened.
Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
You talking about Sherlock Holmes? Hey, idiots! Fight back about the very obvious thing he said.
Oh my god.
Morons! All of them. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato? Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Oh, absolutely. You know how? You know how when Squidward got hit in the face with a door and the pole and all that and became handsome? If we push him into a door and he gets all swollen, do you think it'll fuck him up? Is that good? Will that work? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? Oh, this is a new angle I don't think we've seen before.
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated it was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Susato? Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garriott, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order, order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Oh, there goes the bottle. Oh, no, he has blood. It's just not moving. But you're right. It might not swell. Oh, well.
And unnecessary. Lord Von Zykes. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then what a burning book and a jackknife must have thrown through the sky before this couple's eyes.
You motherfucker, it was foggy. It's London. It's winter. It's nighttime. It's foggy. It's gonna be impossible to see. The jackknife specifically. The book maybe. You might see the book.
And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Really? Yes, sir. Constable Rally Bit reporting for duty, sir. Huh?
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for it doesn't until now. Sir? I was there for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Villain? Oh, they're so heroic, these London Barbies. Teresa, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, really, my hero? You make me swoon. Okay, something else I didn't notice until just now. Or, I noticed like a little bit ago, like every time we kind of see them from behind, those two, I think they're sharing that scarf. I'm pretty sure that scarf connects both of them. You know what that means? I don't know, it's forever now in the VOD. Also, I just realized it looks like eyes, but we're just gonna let that simmer.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
It does look like handcuffs. You're not wrong. But regardless. Oh, here. You know what? This might actually be a little bit more accurate then. If that looks like handcuffs. Make it a little bit longer. Yeah, sir? Witness testimony. Constable Beach report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Miss Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are the top in its casements. That's true. I don't think I have anything that to replace it then. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. Would it? Would you have? I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rowley is there to make sure no... You also literally just said that you hadn't slept for a month, my dude. And that's for more reasons than just being on patrol. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Not strange to report on the front. But this happened first. This happened before there was technically a crime scene. This was the first thing to happen in the order of events. Order of operations. Book. Knife. Collapse. Run. Stay at the scene. Okay? Okay.
Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement.
Ooh, shit. I don't necessarily know what a top hinge casement window is, but I can take a guess, and that does not sound good for us. Because I think... I'm going to make a guess here before they answer it for me. I'm going to assume top hinge casement windows is like... where it doesn't, like, open all the way. It's like it opens, and now there's an angle, and so the window's still there in front.
The detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Ah, yes, sorry about that. Must have been a little jazzy.
Yes? You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir? Sorry, but... what exactly is a top-hinge casement window?
And you? You cannot excuse your ignorance to such trite remarks, my learned friends.
Of course, sorry. We've been in here for 2 days. If that hasn't been 2 days yet? Is this day 2 or 3? I think this is day 3. Day 3 of being in London. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Goddamn that encyclopedia. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mrs. Garredev's room. Alright, I'll try. Nah, crap. Yeah, we're in trouble. Oh, except the other way around. It opens upward. It points upwards instead of down. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Oh, nope, I was right the first time. It does point down still. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Crap.
I'm glad you rectified their ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay. A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
Crap. It prevents it from opening? Oh, this is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book and knife would have been thrown through the open window... crap. It would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. But that's the thing. There isn't broken glass, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember the window being... They said the window's not broken. Back at the house. To the pavement below? No.
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There is never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be. I think we're in trouble. Did you see, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw it crumble before me. Their bedroom is very interesting. There's a lot of back and forth going on there. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? Oh, I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
Crap. My lord? Oh, good. Another desperate situation. If misery loves company. You get one desperate situation, you end up in all of them. Crap. Alright, what you got for me? Nothing to do with Mr. Gerda, believe me on London, but it still doesn't make sense. Like, that's the thing. Okay, so now here's the problem. Even if the window was like that, it wasn't broken. It couldn't open enough for you to throw it across unless the stay is broken, which we don't have any evidence of currently. Like, my problem is the book. The book is still there. The book still made its way across the street. We know this to be a fact. It is there. So if that's true, then how? That's something that... windows on the top floor. It was thrown out of the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
This I don't believe because of that night. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Herbert Rowley and I was traveling along, gazing at the light night sky, looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that would guide us to eternal happiness. Can it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. Ah, shit, they're right. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. I sure is a nice guy in London, starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground. Okay, hold on. If you were looking up at the night sky, how did you see her fall? Didn't seem to go fetch help, but my trusty Rowley is there to make sure that it was disturbed. I have to concentrate for one moment, sir. I'm trying to pull a laugh on, sir. But that's not the problem. That's not the situation that's going on here. Let me look at my court record. See what I've got. Back. There's a concert, sing a salboon. The book receipts, no. Map, no. Jackknife. Not helpful. I don't... Except for the fact that this is 100% Mr. Garadev's book. Like, it should be damn obvious. I don't know what we're missing here. I'm just gonna start pressing.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the folk written on its mind of all policemen to my last sworn duty. That was a weird string of words. You know, it's not the words that were weird, it's the way I said it that felt weird. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I guess I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man is what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir? Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, darling Patricia. Oh, Pop. Oh, Rolly. Yes, yes, you're very adorable. Get me a ride or die like that, but we're not dealing with this one. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gerardab? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. I thought it was implied. Yes, well, so, could you answer the question? Oh, that was a waste of time, then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the first of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Gerardab's missing dispute can't be related to this case. Before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes. I would very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope to take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. Sure. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. Oh, good, I need this. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Oh. You know what? Something to investigate at least. That's new. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. There's technically nothing here, because it's not his beat, if I recall correctly. He wasn't on his beat. It's not super helpful.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir? They just let a bit of air through the house, you see? And so they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out the window, from inside the room, will simply strike the pane. Why do I have the hiccups? And fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark them up. Sorry, I'm gonna hold my breath for a second, try and get rid of these hiccups. I think we're good. I think that's up. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. It would have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why don't you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gerardab's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. What do you want about?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Huh? Sorry. You looked, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? It's a small angle. It's possible that they did, but the problem is, we don't have Mrs. Gerardab on the stand for us to find out. Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rowley's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh? I hadn't realized. Oh, yes. That street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rowley's beat and the next one. Oh, he's dozing off again. Isn't that right, my love? Oh, well, off to sleep he goes again. Good night, Rowley. Constable Beat. Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out when interviewing the occupants of the Gerardab household yesterday. I was on my beat, you see. That really was cutting it close then. I have a new theory. And it puts a lot onto the beats there. Okay, let's think about the facts. Place on fire. Window open. Man by the window. Woman throws stuff at man. It hits the window, it falls. Let's assume that they were just getting the smoke out, and let's say they didn't jerry-rig it, Punisher. Let's say that it was open its normal amount, it hits the window, it doesn't go through. In fact, this also brings up the question of why it had to travel 15 yards. It didn't have to. It drops. Flaming book drops from the sky. Some passerbys nearby go, well, that's weird. Regardless of what side of the street they're on, they see a flaming book come out of a window. Like, oh shit, what the hell? Alright? So. Yeah, no, okay. Taking Natsume into account. Let's say a flaming book drops basically right in front of you. You bend down to pick up this book that's now not flaming anymore because it landed in the snow. As you are leaning over to pick it up, something falls into your back. Let's take a look at this map again. So we know that there are two options that from here. We know that most likely at this point, it is my belief that Natsume did in fact take this road, up, down Meersham, down Briar Road. He didn't take the long way around. Because those are the right books, it's the right everything. But, what we've been assuming this whole time, right, is that he basically sticks here, and he'll cross the road when he gets down to the building. What if that's not what happened? Right? Stay with me for a moment. What if he went ahead and crossed Briar Road at Meersham Street's intersection? Because, you know, that's what I would do generally. Like, I just cross the road faster. Or sooner. Like, it doesn't change anything. It's basically the same thing as crossing down here. It doesn't matter. But still, some people would cross the road first to get to their specific block. So, cross the road, starts walking. Flaming book comes out the window, hits the ground. Woman in a green coat bends down to pick it up. While this lovely couple is like right over here, or down here, wherever they were. And they see the same thing. They see a flaming book fall out of this window. She goes to pick it up, and she collapses to the ground shortly afterwards, both to the surprise of the beats down here and Natsume over here. Natsume from here, because the knife, throws the knife, hits the window, falls. In fact, hits the window, breaks. The tip of the knife breaks. It falls into her back as she's leaning down to pick up the book. So her back is perfectly exposed to the window above her. She gets hit just by terrible luck, gets hit. Natsume sees her collapse, freaks out, runs around, like drops his book, runs around her into his lodging, and doesn't forget the whole thing, but just moves on, because he's afraid for whatever reason. They see this happen. They're like, oh no, that's on my beat. Or probably Patricia was doing this more so than Rolly. Or they did it together. They're like, oh shit, this is on this beat. There's gonna be a lot of extra work for Rolly. All this other stuff, blah blah blah. So what do? Quite simple. They drag the body. They move it just a few yards over to the east to someone else's beat, off his beat. And now it's like, oh no, look, this thing that we saw happen here. On this side of the street, which is not Rolly's beat. She goes to the police box, he stays there. And they just say it happened on this side of the road. And Natsume, not knowing much, doesn't remember what side of the road it was on, because he doesn't care, really. Why would he pay attention? He doesn't know the area, he doesn't care. And so they lie about some of the things they saw. And in truth, you're right. There was no knife flying across the sky, no flaming books. Well, there's one falling out of a window. And that is what I think happened now. And we might get more evidence to change this, but... Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? I think she's on with me. Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. Pavement on that side of the road is part my beat. I see. I wasn't aware of that. I think Chisasa's on the same track as I am. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. There. But now, here's the confusing part. Right? Why would she's the one who brought this up. She specifically, Patricia is the one who brought up the whole thing about, oh, we're so close to Rolly's beat. No one else talked about it. No one else was bringing this up until her. So why, now it's kind of begs the question of, if she really is guilty of not attacking the woman, but of lying about what they saw, why would she be saying all this? But, that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people, all Bobbies. Obviously working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That's quite the reaction there, Rolly. That must be it, Pop, my love. That must be it. Normally, he's a lot more... I don't think she noticed. That's right. She was talking about wishing on a star. Oh. Okay. Wait, no. This poor fellow? This guy? Seriously? Because my thought is the fact she doesn't know. That's right. Okay. Slight alteration. They didn't both see it. He saw it. She was looking up to the night sky looking to see a break in the clouds to find stars. She wanted that shooting star. He happened to see this whole thing happen. He immediately told her. She immediately ran to the police box, to the nearest police box, and he told her where to go. She didn't necessarily watch it happen. She wasn't necessarily paying attention to where it happened. Like, maybe she thinks she saw whatever. That memory is unreliable. That's fine. Whatever. She runs off. While she's gone, he on his own drags her over to the other side of the road without her knowledge. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. A pavement where the victim was found just outside of the border of which runs down the middle. Okay. And now it's my turn, I think. So, if you would have thrown it out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. He disturbed it. This lying bastard of a Bobby. A cop? Falsifying evidence? Oh no! Who would have... what a surprise, what a shock, a thing that's never happened before. Anyways. Moving on.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right? What is the timing on this? How long did this take? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rose's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't expect a notification of every police box will ever be. So Rose told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Trisha, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching. What? I lost the voice in the middle of that sentence because of this. Your No, sir? Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pop. Oh, really? Oh, please. So, I suppose I was going for about 15, more than enough time. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but I assure you Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second, says the man who hasn't slept in over a month. No one has approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I'm gonna swear that in the yard on us, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be blunt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hands? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries are how that knife ended up in her bag, and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread behind them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. Look, this is my job, lady. Shush. What? I wasn't really, oh, wait, what's she doing? She's getting the jury on her side of what she's fucking doing. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less fun. Motherfucker, when did, You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I believe you. I don't believe him. That's where this problem's coming. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak. Your voice is being heard.
Yes, Mr. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of the least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. The Japanese man thinks a police wife's words count for nothing, does he? When did... It's fine. It's fine. But watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Oh, here it is. Here we go. Okay. Imagine if her sense of direction is off, she might confuse the left and right side of the street. She might not realize it. This is what I needed. Mrs. B, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw what I did. That evening I saw clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. Please tell me you didn't see him crossing the street either. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes, well, I'll tell you that's so embarrassing, really. You're the one who brought it up. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I play the brains for Sweet Rolly.
What?
He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me!
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way? On the night of the incident? You see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Holy, so romantic. He's made up for with farthings and high pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I forgot all about it till just now. Had you, my darling? Had you, my darling? Yes. But that was just between us. We're talking about anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? That was weird. Constable B looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Trouble in romance and Loveland or whatever. I don't know what to call it. Paradise. There it is. Trouble in Paradise. Fuck. Words. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Zykes? What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. I didn't take my eyes off Crum's.
Hold it!
Why did he want her to... You mean he dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
We got him, boys.
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. We ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the... to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing is... Here we go. When I went to pick it up, there was no one near the victim's body at all.
I guess you need a reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Oh! Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame this boat the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Incorrect. The bouquet did not move. Oh! I love when my theory's correct. It just took a while to get there because we needed more information.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly brought me. But that changed from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Let me just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Von Dykes, where did you come by this flower? According to a report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gerardev's household.
In front of the Gerardev's house.
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this row should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband Rolly. Shock seeing the sad victim. Yes. But it's a symbol of our love. Love, I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. Beat.
I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. No change to report on that front, sir. Are you quite sure about that, sir? Are you quite sure about that, sir? You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single, broom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Wow, that's rude. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. Then why didn't he pick it up? No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. Because again, if it really didn't matter, he would have just picked it up and held on to it. Not just leave it there. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrett's book. We're getting to the heart of the matter here. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of pavement of the casement of the window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Or, only one thing had to get moved, that's simple. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? What's going on about books and bouquets? Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's... It's evidence! It's placement! This is very important! Oh good, Mrs. Garrett's come around. She's awake again. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called... tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You barely had the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
It really wasn't that elaborate. He just moved the body from one side of the street to the other. Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Constable, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Why, our very own Sir Bean of Mr. Bean of Scotland Yard, of course.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been.
Constable Raleigh Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? Tampering?
Falsifying evidence. Yes, the cop, blah, blah, blah. Oh my goodness, how can he do it? Blah, blah, blah. The fun stuff. What nonsense. Why would my Rowley do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. We're just gonna move on past that. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that were true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you criminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Decisive evidence. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right. No, there's another reason. Because if it was on his beat, you guys wouldn't have had your nice wedding, your nice anniversary dinner. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You offer no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
I have.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I solved it an hour ago.
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. Irrevocably. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide... Technically, all these are true. Like, legitimately, the only one that's not true is where the bouquet fell, but he really wanted... But specifically, he wanted to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. This is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? Oh, there was no attack. It was all accident. What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement at Briar Road. We saw what happened, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? Juicy.
I'm beginning to wonder what this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know my police friend. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place?
There was no crime here. There were accidents happened. Also, it happened right here.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garedev's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious! Gracious!
Objection!
Good gracious!
A whole bunch of lines. You want a different line? There you go. All the different things.
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark.
There was the typical London fog on the grounds. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable B then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume?
Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Dyke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light, which means even Rowley himself forgot about it, didn't know it was there.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Row. I think she's starting to believe. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rowley Beat? Well, very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Wait, no, hold on. Let me try again. Did I miss anything important? Making me yawn for real. Oh, Rowley. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. Rowley? I had a dream. Terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. This poor man. Can we get this man, like, I know this is a criminal offense. Can we, like, get him a bed to sleep on, like, a real bed for, like, let him sleep for a day, and then we'll put him in jail? Only, it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Good golly, Miss Molly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rowley, why? Why did you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? It wasn't a corpse. Might as well. Pretty close, though. Pushing the victim dead should be one, too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir. I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly...
Sorry. What? How could you I'm going back to the judge.
How could you possibly know? There it is. You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman
Because they've already fucking said it like 3 times.
And yet, Lord Von Zykes, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord. Why did it take me this long to think of Black Butler?
Yes, my lord.
Specifically the original Japanese dub of Black Butler, when Sebastian calls Ciel his lord. Why did it take me that long?
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
Did I ever... No, I don't... No, did I? I don't remember if I ever watched the circus arc of the anime. I'm still reading the manga. I haven't caught up in it in a while. I need to get back to that. What was I doing? At once, my lord. England, Japan... It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Why, the rose itself, obviously.
Take that!
'Twas love, sir. It was love. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan not 2 days ago. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bombies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. For example,
keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. I was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Bates stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of him, what must have gone through the man's mind?
Well, sir, there's only one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. As we put up with above me, married like me, I want to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Oh, Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said. It's alright. It's alright.
So that's it. It has all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Bat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As I ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. The crime was discovered on his beat. Policemen must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she had to go to the nearest police box to fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat tomorrow, Pat. So we have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsome Street and then... Telling the hair where to go. Aww, Susato-san. Taken aback by the romanticism of this crime. But you know that happens. The truth come out. Oh, we actually took the... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Got a little something there. Sir? Oh, Constable? I just wanted... There's that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, really? Just that one night?
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls within the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... I was sure the victim was dead, you see. Yep, that's how he lost his job. I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Of course he did. Otherwise my roller would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Oh, I see your point. I see your meaning now.
The guy got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. No, really? That was all my fault. I should never have dropped in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gyarados household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hands? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, sir. That's because that's how I found it.
Oh, you found it? What do you mean?
When I first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hands.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting.
I thought it was open and shut case at the time, you'll see. There were only the 2 people at the scene. And Pat and I both saw it happen. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it. I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jolt's difference. I suppose it's it for me now. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord Von Zykes. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Shit. Did it? Well. He's still spending this in his favor.
Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir? Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
It is not for me to decide. For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. Tired. Take your 1 day off. Get some sleep, my dude. Alright then, my love. And, like, actually sleep. Don't just, like, you know, rock the bed for a while. Just...
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir. Here's the thing. I like how he worded that, though, as much as I don't like Zeke's. Let this be a lesson to you. That doesn't necessarily...
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
I think that means, at least to Von Zykes. Von Zykes. I think it's Von Zykes. I think he'd actually, his thought process here is that Rolly doesn't lose his job. Never again, sir? You mean to say...
Leave, now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir? We still need to talk to Mrs. Mrs. Garabab. Be like, did you throw this book out the window? Yes. Did you throw this knife out the window? Yes. Fucking case closed. Congratulations.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mrs. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Von Zykes, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted... The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Joan Garrideb, age 38.
Take that!
Not a crime, just an accident. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again,
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrideb, and I hit the mic again and I apologize. Me, oh dear me.
Objection!
that request is already
Objection!
denied.
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? Toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. She already knows where this is going. So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? We could always bring in John Garrideb's. I don't recall it. I mean, we could always bring in your husband. Well, he wouldn't. Technically, you can't. Okay, this is a modern American thing, not a 100 plus, 200 plus, 100 plus years ago England. But technically, you can't necessarily force family members to testify against their loved ones. It's fucked up. Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in Orla Regalia said members of the jury needed to testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Oh, I think he wants her to testify.
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh.
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common old garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garrideb.
Oh, this place is gonna be no, you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see the hard evidence that you're going to insist on this being my fault. It has to be the fact that it's chipped, right? The fact that it's broken can be pretty decent evidence. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Norhello, if I had evidence like, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Then take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the offensive request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Von Sykes. I will say this. I do appreciate sometimes that some of the prosecutors, like Edgeworth and now Sykes as well, have their moments where they're like, okay, like everything before this, fuck you. But at this moment, it's like, oh, we're finally actually hinging on the full truth. Okay, now we'll help. Just a little bit. I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truth of which the witnesses themselves may not even be aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, consuls?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. So many twists and turns. So much has happened. It's such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey. And I'm a lawyer. What the fuck have you been doing these past 2 days? What do you think? Okay, whatever. Fucking fool. Alright. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garden. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know what if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell this court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh dearie me.
Hello, Johnny. Where about now?
Wait, John? How did you get here? John, what the f... I thought moving up the stairs was difficult for you. I guess you can still do it, it's just difficult. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Now, what was it?
Alright, boys. Well, there's none of you in the room that day old thing, was it? I think I'll testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that.
I didn't notice it.
I didn't notice it. There we go, that's a little bit better. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you're Mr. John Garrideb? Yes, sir. Lieutenant, well,
A little bit older, but still gruff.
yes, sir. I'm a Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of 4th Northumberland, Fish Land, sir. It's my first share of action, and I live in a quiet life, as it were.
A quiet life.
When you're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse in the day in question. Yes, I am quiet.
No, he's using a walking stick, I'm sure, but he is about to cut a rug, that's for sure.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the event in your home at the time of the incident in question.
What was his voice? Let me think. Which I know what Kaden would take, and would probably to monitor my microphone and actually pay attention to the sound coming out of my mouth, but next time.
Sir, at once. There we go, you know, that's a bit better, I think. I don't know.
Witness testimony. The Battle of Garrideb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. She ran it out though and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
I didn't ask around our place. Can't say I noticed 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bad thing when the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
I think I lost his voice a long time ago. Oops.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, this seems. They'll be calling us on the hop set. I had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if you and me I kept sharing this for another minute, we'd have been toast. We'd have been dosed. Of course, veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a nuts whisker from desk at it. I am. Hold on, what? I don't know how that came about. God, I wish I could remember his voice now. If on my lips, sir. Not at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. combat one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
And Sykes may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
There's not a whole lot to go on here. How do we prove that this knife is theirs? Like, it's a common jackknife. The only thing that's special about this jackknife is the tip is broken off. If I can get them to talk about having a knife where the tip is broken, we might have it. But no, we also know that the tip is probably lodged in Miss Olive. We can say that maybe the knife, chipped a little bit or got it weakened from the blow. I don't know. What else have we got? The burned book, which is not helpful anymore.
Hold it!
I mean, you definitely know why. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garrideb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
A likely story. These waters run very deep, and so does that pot, apparently. It never ends.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Dr. Cancer over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out there and got the window open. There we go, that's a much better voice.
Hold it!
Okay. And the fire also spread some items of furniture, didn't it?
A bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there's some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed out about to put it out.
Okay, so the book that fell out of the window was not actually on fire. It was already extinguished.
The most precarious situation you put yourself in. I was in a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day. Need any, see?
See? The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, a little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew hot tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Anyway, point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
This is the important part. Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true, so sought a takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How does she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm a little monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Jupiter! Excuse me!
You have something to add there, sir. Something to add, sir. Mr. Garrideb.
Huh? Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Sorry. Don't shoot! Sorry. I beg your pardon.
Does your wife's remarks now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage projectiles were being launched in my direction were somewhat more solid than she implies. Some bricks and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch.
The woman's aim is uncanny. She had a direct hit with every body.
So here's the thing, I was wondering when we might get to the point when she burns him.
Good grief, woman, what's going on? There's a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot here? Honestly, John, I would never throw such things at you, obviously. Oh, here we go.
Now take a look at this then. How do you suppose this happened then, huh? Your pipe, sir. This thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. You have to clean out with one of his soft projectiles, she did, yes. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I see a sponge did that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bounce the thing up for now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I don't know what we should make of this account. That could be important, actually. The defense believes Mr. Garrett's remarks just now to be of great significance. Maybe not great significance, but we'll find out.
These war veterans' wars only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Excuse me. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. Here you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Oh, dear fucking God. Nope, I'm not repeating it. I'm not repeating it. I'm not repeating it. I'm not doing it. I'm thinking about it. I'm not repeating it. No, she's 16. We're not doing that.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Pipe has been entered into the court record. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto. I was just feeling myself disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh, no, it's fine. This is sawdust and we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Oh, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter.
I would like to see that pipe. Because if there's a piece of a knife stuck in here... a chip. Perfect. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look. It appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrett's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrett, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. I think the only thing of importance... Hello? Well, well, well. What do we have here? Okay, here's a question. Why is this still in here? Why is the tip of the blade still in here? Oh, something just twinkled from inside the chamber. It might actually be smaller than it looks. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Oh! The tip of a blade. Surely, it can't be. This small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garrett's pipe. How did it get there? We don't know. We're also not going to ask that question. We're fine. Well now, would you look at that? Snaps clean off. Well, not quite that clean. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? I don't really know. There's something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again? No, we don't need to do that. We already know what's going on. We're good. We're fine.
What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Clearly not around our place. Concerned there's one or two witnesses now, I'm afraid. But I think the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. Mr. Garrett, sir. You must be really off. You must be, like, really fucked up after the past couple days after the fire, because if you did not notice this.
Objection!
Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't say a bullet thing.
You can't?
You used to call me dead, I did, back in the regime, of course. That was some time ago now. And when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D, and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must D very dizzy, whatever.
What's his thoughts? A tiny scrap of metal.
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Now here's the thing. Here's what you should not have done. Don't take it out of the pipe without showing other people that it was in the pipe in the first place, but whatever. But the fact that we have it is proof enough, I guess.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there.
And what
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? I'm suggesting that it's in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road.
Yep, you know that tip of the... You know that blade tip we kept thinking was in Olive Green's back? I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the person's evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that's missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades are the unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bodies. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. I would agree with you, like 100%. Like, okay, here's the thing. This should have been a mistrial the moment we saw the jury, or at least she should have been taken off. Technically, she should have been taken off the jury immediately because she knows the defendant. Like, but regardless, like she should have been taken off this. She should have not been in the jury at all. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. He just had her. How did the vampire suffer a heart attack?
Good grief! What Van Dykes? I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal had a perfect match. Good golly gosh!
So there we have it, everybody. We have our answers.
Order, order, order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
No, I'm just clever.
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle?
So Van Dykes has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we had to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Well, this thing behind us usual at the time of the onslaught. There was a clean out on one of the soft projectile she did, yes. Yes, it would never have been sent flying if it was something unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Garrett flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrett, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off. Of course. Good lord!
Yes, and that's when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe.
The chances of valor, a million to one!
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window.
Ugh.
In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrett's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! What the fuck? Oh my god, I never saw that before. Wait, hold on, what? Please tell me you saw that too. Now what? What do you have to object to this time?
A full-body theory, I'll give you that.
A theory? How is this clearly not...
A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, possibly arranged to create an almost...
If you hit the... Well, yeah, unfortunately you missed. Basically, Mr. Garrett, the back of his robes are all burnt to shit and you can see his boxers through his pants.
Possibly arranged to create an almost passive advantage.
How is this not...
Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristic and Nepalese approach to broadening his argument.
What the fuck are you on about? Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked.
But we know it's the knife. And the tip was in the pipe.
Because you see... It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
Now what? What?
Move on, Zox. Explain it.
I thought we were done. I thought it was over.
What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yes, in her... That's right. You silly little man. Have they already forgotten about the book that went out earlier? That's right, you silly little man.
Jim, old thing. What are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling through the ground.
I already have the answer to this.
If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
They're all idiots, every last one of them. There it is, Maya. Hope you saw it that time.
Order! Order!
Quite right, you see? That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on top of her head. Well, you see,
Resourceful word. It would appear that offense has made rather spectacular
mother. I'm almost tempted to skip through the dialogue to get to the point where I go, I fucking told you. I know what the fuck I'm on about. I was fucking right. Hold on. Channel the pain. Channel the rage. Direct it through the eyes. I will burn them all to death. Are there weapons installed in these eyes of mine? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out today. Write that down. Write that down. Note to self. Install lasers in eyes if they're not already there. Okay, great.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
To go back and check the VOD? Yeah. I might do it and I might post it in the Discord. Or just send it to you. Either one. It's very funny. Where are we at? We're at 248. I'll write that down real fast. Around 248. There we go. Alright. We'll get that later. Or actually, yeah, because next time it shows up, actually, I might just be able to print screen. We'll see. Oh, we were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. But just one simple inconsistency. One that I've already figured out. I'm irrationally angry. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Miss Susato? Thank you, Susato-san, for being my stand-in in the game. My stand-in is not Ryunosuke. He's an idiot. I'll take Miss Susato as my stand-in. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court records, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponish friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
I hate this man.
Objection!
He said it without even making the pose. That's fine. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying? Counsel.
There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Oh, okay, I get it now. It took me a minute to realize Gyarados, but yes, you're absolutely right.
Goodness! What a madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
We have to remember to remind me later to show any of that. I don't know why. Just so that, oh, Caden, I'm sorry, we're using your emotes in a weird way. Or should we just not show her? Let's just leave it be. We don't have, she doesn't have to know. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back.
Take that!
I don't know if it's technically this one or the photo that has her holding it. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The fourth book. Is that not Mr. Gyarados' book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. He's Gyarados. Yep, that's fair. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hands.
But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between their fingers like that.
Yes, but he also said he found her holding it.
Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the room.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But, what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book, so when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hands?
By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me. Van Zykes?
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gerdev household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in a light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw? Yes, Mrs. Gerdev. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, a terrible stroke of luck. Terrible luck there. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind the screen, was the defendant, Mrs. Saseki Natsume.
Well, I never!
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No. This was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in unfortunate accidents. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Gerdev? The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Gerdev. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John Deere. John Deere? The tractor guy?
It's alright. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Oh, dunk. Oh, with his bad knee too. Poor Gerdev. Yep, there it is, Maya. Here's a good chance. Nope, there he goes too. Oh my goodness, what the fuck? There is so much twisting and turning in this case. Oh my god.
The old one's likes. What news on Mrs. Gerdev?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes. Unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They ought to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
Oh, that's good. Strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Sosuke Natsume.
I don't remember his voice. Yes?
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable kindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
Mr. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh, no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beach said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I feel like I know what you're referring to. More or less, but no, I have not seen it. But yes, that was this entire case in a nutshell. There were so many moments that just completely fucking broke my brain. But you know what? I had the right. I got it right eventually. You know, when we had the information. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now. I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. They're haunting me. Poor Sasaki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help. For a doctor, for the police. Excuse me. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Oh, Mr. Gardav is now in the juror number 4 seat.
One could say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. And that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirits and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zykes and our young lawyer here from the east,
Mainly me, thank you.
that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised.
Yes, mainly thanks to me. Hello?
I heartily commend you both.
Oh,
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As foreman of this jury, I can assure you it is a fair and just conclusion. I do declare that truth can be extremely cruel at times. Oh, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bee while she's out of action, you know. But I know what their decision would be.
This means I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work. Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a cork, I'll have a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decision. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
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 Hey, fucking victory! Congratulations, everybody. We can lose the angry eyes. We're no longer angry. We're no longer pissed the fuck off at these idiots.
Very well, Mr. Sasuke Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty.
Oh, God, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I was playing a video game with a guy who was on trial. I wasn't even on trial myself. Oof.
And finally, Mr. Natsume,
Oh, yes, Lord, sir. Lord sir? Lord sir? No, I don't know. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you for the head pat.
You are now a free man once more.
You know what? Okay, you know what I just thought of, Maya? The bonk is you just hitting, it's just hitting a machine to make it work. That's all that is.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
That is everyone's hope, honestly. I hope to never be brought in front of a judge. I know it's going to happen, though. Not for criminal reasons, for legal name-changing reasons one day. One day, but anyways.
Yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
I forgot about this guy. I forgot that he did this.
Thank you, consuls. Court is adjourned.
You know, I keep calling the series The Lawyer and the Himbo Detective, but the Himbo Detective really isn't a big part of it. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Natsume, why don't we go get some lunch? I'm hungry. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We've been in the courtroom for a few hours. That's food.
Oh, Lockley.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another Lockley here?
Is there even one? Compared to the original Lockham student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last.
I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely loyal Locum lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I've just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, Locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying by there the baffling truth. And when I behold the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Barrister ever born. That's close.
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work?
There you are, my dear fellows.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. Hi, Herlock. What was I saying about the Himbo Detective again?
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh.
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished.
What? No.
Then my haste was in vain. Oh, it's you, Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I thought I recognized you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings, or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I've placed you now. My apologies, sir, I've placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, were you not? Huh. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure.
We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. I feel like I lost his voice. Poor Sasaki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever so do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm so cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper! Oh, right, Lord Van Dykes. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Oh no. Oh. Ow. With a perfectly executed Sasada takedown. Did you have to use me as practice? Or as a test training dummy? Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Sato. Ow. Oh. Oh, I've been working out that crick in my neck for a while. Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now while I go to see a chiropractor? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? I believe he's going home. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. A murder by death scenario? Murder by death scenario. I don't know what that is. I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the two literature professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of the literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Mr. Sasaki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Mrs. Sato and yourself, Mr. Norohiru? I'm sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. I don't think half a week's passed since we arrived. And not only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I have a feeling I know what he's about to offer. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you can take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? What it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with the floor, the ceiling, and walls. Shit, he makes a good point. I can't argue with that. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh right! The cat! We never dealt with the cat that was in the room. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. It's a cat. Well, think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I could offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Being her idol. Now she gets to... Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. It is settled. I shall prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. Natsume? I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes! I like doing his voice. His voice is fun. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Look, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. A shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellows, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes, I believe we shall. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Sasaki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. February 20th, 4:41 p.m. The attic room. I should get a snack. Next time I go to the grocery store, I should get a snack. Just snack on. So this is to be our new office. Yes. Our office? I really like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I like to think we were getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Holy, okay. I'll be honest, I like the suits. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. There's an Ace Attorney commercial. What? There is? Interesting. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. So now I'm delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. I forgot how adorable she was. Well, as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives, we have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. Oh, a AAA commercial. I thought you were saying Ace Attorney. My brain not working. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how's it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those are precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. Already? So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to... Oh, hi. Welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Chapter 4 ends. Hell yeah, Landon and London awarded. Save current progress. Alright, there should be one more chapter left for the first Ace Attorney. Clouded Kokoro. And then we'll start The Great Departure. Yep, last episode. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. I should get the Sherlock Holmes books again. I read them once. God, it was on Kindle, the entire Sherlock Holmes collection. Back in high school, like, was it 10 years ago? No. Yes. 10, God, it was like 10 or 11 years. Actually, I think I still have that. I still have that file. I still have that PDF. I think. I should reread it. Maybe later, I have other things to read. I'm getting distracted. Episode 5. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
I want to also reread Pandora Hearts. That was a good manga. Does that have an anime? It probably has an anime. Okay. Puppy. Yes, I'm hoping there are puppies. Alright. Real fast. We're going to take 2 minutes. We're just going to take 8 minutes. I'm going to stand up and stretch because I've been sitting down and this chair cushion is wearing out. So I'm not going to change over to the BRB screen. I'm going to just hide my VTuber for a moment and do a quick stretch. Maybe do a quick walk around. Actually, no, we'll do a BRB screen. We'll take 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, before we start Chapter 5 proper. That sound good? That sounds good to me. So I will see all y'all in just a moment. Okay, we're back. Return. I was looking around, oh, okay, it was, here, let me actually type it out for you. It was Spear of Blacktone. Which was yours? Hello, Arlette. The Spear of Blacktone. I believe the one I had, the second one, I know the third one was Prog Rock for Progesterone. And the third one, I believe, was like Esther's Dial or something like that. You can always do some variation of that. It's specifically for estradiol, not estrogen itself, but you could just do like Esther's Generation or something, but regardless, I'm sure there are other names, but that was the one that I thought of yesterday, was like Esther's Dial. But hello, Laura, welcome. You're just in time for us to start Chapter 5 of the first game of Ace Attorney anyways, because there's 2 games in this collection. So we still have some time to go. We still have a lot to go. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and as Saseki's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, as I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram.
April 15th, 9:13 a.m.
Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Who is it? Oh, I like this. This is cool. I like this room. I like how they set up. It's very messy still. That part hurts me. But I love Susato's little desk. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes. Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't even start defending anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no. Of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I made a poor choice in my snack that I did in that short few minutes break. I was like, I need a snack, but I don't have a lot of snack food. But I did have a couple pieces of bread. I was like, I can down these. Like, they were like the ends of the bread, and I was like, you always use them for something. I was like, oh, I'm gonna snack on that. Although it is funny, I sat back down on my desk with the bread in my mouth like an anime schoolgirl late for class. Fun times. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Wow, thank you Stream Elements for putting everything in all at once. Why? I hate him. Sorry, hold on. Throat feels like it's being attacked all of a sudden. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. I mean, as regards Lord Von Zykes, the Reaper? Yes. I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into his insignificance in that case. What does they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least the second son is already safely out of the country now. Presumably, that means... if the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely, not wielding that sword against more acquitted criminals. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Von Zykes hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Aw, he's saving all his encounters for me. Racist yes, homophobic no. Oh? Yes, since the Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Ugh, just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Like we're being played? Oh, I can do a quick look around. Of the desk, specifically. I've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy. Like a little? You could tidy up once in a while. That's true. He cannot... his pride cannot be recovered until he beats me. You could tidy up. Sasada-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. She wins. I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. Yeah, but she was always the better one. What is the tea that Sasada-san brought with her? Hand. So if she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it, it's just so bitter. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know? I don't like to see you screw up your face, so... This must be the telegram. Let's see. Ha! No! You mustn't look at that! Not under any circumstances! Alright! I won't! I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. I was hoping more to get a look at her desk in general, but... It's spring at last. The weather's warmer now. I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea there, Hana-san? Thank you, Susato-san. I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time and Iris' unique herbal infusions, this place is paradise for a true tea lover. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? Sure. You know, I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san. Never inside. I should think so, too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know? Whatever you say, young maiden. Don't be rude, she's only 16, yeah. Alright then, I guess we're moving on. Get us some breakfast, see what horrors await us today. Morning, Reno. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Sorry, the violin just... Iris? What is it, Reno? What is that terrible noise? That sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, didn't you? Did you? It's kind of hard to miss. Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Oh, he stopped. He's all down in the dumps. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Good morning to die, perhaps. My dear, are you alright? Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! What? That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. Nothing of consequence. That sounds a bit better. I'm afraid I don't understand. Yeah, me and you both. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Even his text speed is going real slow. Kitty! Kitty! Kitty, kitty! I want the kitty! It has a little bow tie on it! Oh! Oh my goodness! It has a bow tie! That looks just like Mr. Natsume's bow tie. Oh, look at my little kitty! Oh look, it's Wagahai. Good morning, boy. Meow. Just gonna... This is adorable, and I love it. I love this cat. I've had this cat for all 5 seconds, and I would die for it. God, I wish. Hold on, we're definitely gonna try. We are 100% gonna try. There must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. How did it get there? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I need something like different. Oh, his desk is empty. He has no cases. That's why he's all down in the dumps. You know what? That makes sense. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright there? You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case, but in my hands, his violent son like the dawn chorus. His melodious tone would make flowers bloom. What? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I've bowed, for days even,
the night I have endeavored to no avail. The sound, my tone is lost. The brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion. I have a feeling I'm somehow turned back into Natsume. Oh, and that brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever. Close enough. I lost my voice. You haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Nodohulu. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man. The next, they will unmercifully withdraw it. I mean, that's certainly what it feels like. Fella needs, needs something to come off, whatever this is. Oh, dear. Ugh, why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? I feel like I lost his voice for some reason. Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Oh yeah, he did have a machine there. I don't remember what it was. Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Huh. Well done, Mr. Sutter. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytical? That's at Windibanks now. Sorry, it's at a Windy Bank? No, Windibanks. The pawnbrokery. Pawn? What? You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see? Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you consulted us if your situation becomes so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of the pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbrokering works. Oh? What's to understand exactly? Let's answer that question, because I don't know what he's talking about. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbrokering works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they're able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. This is a weird system. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibanks, you see? A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. I would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain. Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? Oh, what does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Alright, where's the cat? Cat? Oh. I don't think I ever fully examined this area. Huh. Because I don't remember any of this. None of this looks familiar. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently. But this paperwork set up in the right typewriter. Look, as if she's about to start. That reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed. Ah yes, Mr. Natsume.
That's what I'll be doing too. Once I'm back in Japan, he said through tightly clenched fists and teeth. Oh, whoops. That's a charming little white shelf, full of charming little bottles too. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems. Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo. You can't deny it. I'm saving my money so I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well. Law, chemistry, takedown throws. What diverse skills you boast, Mrs. Sato. As useful as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list. This is where Iris notes down ideas, isn't it? Let's see, what does it say today? Ah, the Boscombe Valley Mystery. Oh, how intriguing. It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my, I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us. Sato looks like an angel. Why does she dream of the most unsavory crime you can imagine? Horrifying. I was really hoping to see the cat around here to pet, but Iris' beautiful tea says there on the table as usual. A cup of one of her special herb blends always helps me to relax when I'm feeling the strain. The English pastime of tea has many similarities with our own tea ceremony costumes, so to speak. It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea. The fire's burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. Is that supposed to mean something to me? What was her name? Irene Adler? It looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy, with an equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? Look at Mr. Sholm's desk. It's completely clear. There's that enormous machine usually on it. We can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, you may find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. Alright, let's talk to little Iris. Wagahai. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home, then. Oh, yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owner has completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. The muse as empty as the hearts of the muses. It also, oh, that's adorable. It also doesn't help that he wasn't exactly the best caretaker. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. The pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable. I love that cat. Yeah, he really is. Oh, yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Reno. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapper mat. What? Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. I have a feeling we're gonna need this later. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe. How can I make cat flaps anywhere I like? Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us for the door to our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional conventions, this girl. How does that even work? Like, essentially what it has to do is cut a thin square line, like basically cut a chunk of wood in a square shape out of the door, and then attach a hinge to it on both sides, or in the middle, because that's how a cat door works. Is it can go back and forth. I don't know. Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna need that later. Oh, what was that? Wagga hi? Wagga hi, what's wrong? What's wrong, boy? What's wrong, kitty? What was that? Oh no! Wagga's tangled up in your violin. I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Shulman's precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. The cat is a more accomplished musician than me, and I know. Well, he is really down in the dumps. Mr. Sholmes, would you like to go solve a murder? Would that make you feel better? Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. We should assess the damage. Not really much else to do here. I'm sure there's a couple more things I can find to look at, but there's all sorts of these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and these things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it? It just looks messy to me, like my desk. But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself. No favoritism there, then. I think we'll probably just head back to our office, and it'll probably do something there, because that happens. Or not always. Oh, yeah, what to do. Can it really be that we've been in Great Britain for 2 months already? Yeah, it's gone by in a flash, hasn't it? Feels like it only took 10 seconds. And what English gentleman you trailed off there, Susan-san. I'm so sorry. When I thought it through, I realized it's not at all true, actually. I simply don't feel that any Britishness has really rubbed off on you. Nor do you, to be honest. Well, that's obviously because, yes, I know, without a doubt, it's your kimono. It most certainly stands out. I do enjoy the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. But somehow, I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dresses yet. I've never just thought of someone looking in Western clothes. It would be interesting to see. Well, shit, actually. Nothing to do up here. Unless we can examine the violin. Oh, there. Oh, right, we should examine. So this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius. Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. Until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made.
I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none!
Mr. Sholmes.
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with the fantasies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
What do you mean, Mrs. Sutter?
Oh, Susie's right.
The string is broken. Wait,
Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
wait, it's not even the right size, is it?
What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Then, what?
That explains everything. I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola.
Which is very similar to a violin, but it is different. How does someone swap out his violin with a viola? What? Whoa! Oh, there he goes.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright?
You're right! You're quite right! This is my faithful Stradivarius.
How did it take you this long to figure it out? It's your instrument.
So what, pray? Is this piece of string flotsam?
Not your faithful performing partner, then? I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Let me guess. He sold the violin to the pawnbroker, right? You know, like you do at the beginning of the week. End of the week, went to get it back, grabbed the wrong thing. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Winterbank's until last week. At the pawnbroker's? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved music partner.
There's a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel.
Yes, indeed.
So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth?
What is this, my child's first errands? Oh, what a wonderful idea. It doesn't...
Last week, I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. It would appear Mr. Winterbank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber.
No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings.
Pshaw. A fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Arnold, never trust a pawnbroker. They'll try to fiddle you every time.
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault.
All we need now is to make that fiddle, coat that fiddle in gold. What if anyone named Johnny lives in London in this time period? Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Johnny darling will get you nowhere. Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Freshing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct considering the urgency by which we are faced? Oh, now George, he was looking for a soul studio.
We must visit Mr. Winterbank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Way behind, one make a deal.
Precisely, Mr. Soto.
Well, the moment's delay. This entire song is stuck in my head now, and it's my own fault. What's my own damn fault?
But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs.
My dear fellow, sure you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your eggs even more obtusely.
Alright, say no more.
Let's go then.
Don't worry, Rena. I'm happy to heat it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris.
As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like.
What are we still doing here? Baker Street. Oh, it's the building from the outside.
let's just head to the pawnbrokery. I don't know necessarily why we need to go to Baker Street right now. We're fine. We're there currently. April 15th. Windibank's Pawnbrokery. I feel like normally we've gotten to the murder at this point. So this is a British pawnbroker. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Just on a sun, and that's wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let's not forget why we're here. Oh, we changed to his detective gear. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes.
Mr. Sholmes, sir. Welcome back.
Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot!
Oh, yes, of course.
Afoot. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago.
Yes?
This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. I call it the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends.
What the fuck? Sir, why do you... sir!
I shall have to take my own life.
Why the... What? Okay. There's sort of a disconnect here between the music and the scene that we're looking at. Hello? Is it just me? Anybody else think this is weird? At all? Maybe? Are you gonna say something? I don't think that would be necessary. Do you?
If I may just say one thing before I hop off.
Pop off, good sir. Yes.
It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe.
Sorry.
As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin, but, oh, here it is.
You did?
And when I turned to controvert you, you were taken the viola enough, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble and grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me.
No, stop, my dear fellow. This fault is mine. I was gonna... let's just point the gun somewhere else. Check to make sure it's unloaded. Maybe take it out of this building. Whew. It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windibank. Evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you?
I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose.
You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past.
Oh? Peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes or some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean?
Oh, forgive me.
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. Alright, I guess we're continuing this thread. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Susanoo is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see.
I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, with a farthing more.
It houses something of very great value indeed. It houses something of the latest manuscripts, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do. But I'm confident it would be quite safe here.
Well, that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my soul.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this. I continue to pay your fee, do I not? You kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
This is all very strange. Also, if any voice I do is unintelligible, make sure to let me know. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Oh, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable shoot. I suppose I could offer you 6p for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry?
Oh, but for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colours are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, I say.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Oh no, the little girl, Iris. She writes this. She's the one who writes the Herlock Sholmes novels. She even puts herself in with the character of Wilson and makes herself an adult man because, you know, safety or different reasons. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishments as you described. I praise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed, then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious items be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's own demise so casually. He's the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. Himbo, indeed. And let's not forget that I've already helped you take measures to ensure such tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Winterbank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winterbank?
Oh.
What was that deep sigh about? See, now I'm really curious. What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. Oh, cameras. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Oh shit, an old school security camera.
Here, I have an example I can show you.
What do you know? Ah yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity of the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. And impossible. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. I have so many questions. So you see, when someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed unless they got in and out within that 30-minute period. But Did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One can only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some calls for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they're not anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You must graciously place not one, but 2 cameras in my shop, after all. Which means I must pay for nigh 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Shit. That's fair. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred prom book, you know? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Can't you help pay for that, Sholmes? Oh then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious wife. Sir? Sir? So, looking at... I'm going to beat his ass. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to beat this fucking asshole's ass. He was so depressed for days because he's a fucking moron. Look at this. Look at this. Compare that to the... Remember the viola from earlier. Remember literally anything about it. Now look at this. Herlock Sholmes. You're a fucking dumbass. The end. Ha! The very thing! Thank you, Mr. Winterbank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop them. Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. I'm so confused. Look at this. Look at this lovely, big, shiny box bee. That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Listen a while. What a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. Never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. So by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, and the popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Yeah, me. Alright. What time is it? 7:13. Okay. Yeah. We still got like 40-something minutes. Jesus. Are we even gonna get to the murder at this point? Or attempted murder? Or whatever the hell this case is gonna be? What an assortment of things there are on the shelves over there. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Ah, thank you, brain, for reminding me of the Japanese lessons I'm currently taking. Where I can translate two of these words. Toke and uretoke for clocks and watches. Toke to uretoke. I don't own either. Oh, actually, no, I have a thing. I just never use it. These are fortified items, forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh, yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit. At least I'm not talking about the sword at his hip. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any lostness activity. Recommend it or not, that's something I tend to do. There's but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. What are the odds that Winterbank's gonna fucking die? Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot as he sleeps under his pillow. How on earth do you know that, Miss Jones? I'm a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I'm frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Jones, you are a wonder. And the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. They're not wrong, though. That's... Oh, the ledger? Oh, the desk. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Winterbank is, if nothing else, but very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself in all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with speed, but laying his portly signs. Oh, you don't mean he'd... Blow his brains out, indeed, and recompense for his blunder. What? Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? I feel... This man, are you okay? My dude? Anything else to look at? What's this? Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. I actually have no idea what that is. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It's an aptly name, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there's something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that's beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try. This sounds familiar. Stereoscope. Curse my art history and me not remembering things. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ha! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see. At once! Oh, alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. I haven't done this in a while. This hurt. I forgot how weird this is. It doesn't really hurt. But it does mess with my brain. What horrors await? Okay. What the? Oh, right, a stereoscope makes a 3D image. I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. The power of the original 3D. And people having no idea what it is. Yes, the sense of death is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They're often found in little stores in the park. You queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It's not black magic, it's literally you just put two cameras right next to each other. Just taking pictures. It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well... Wait, isn't it far too complicated to explain at present? We shall only save this lesson for another day. I'm probably gonna have that lesson. Is it... Yeah, like... His goggles are cameras, right? Like, that would definitely work. Here's today's date. That's not a calendar you can easily miss, is it? April 15th, today's date.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date.
Perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. She wasn't who walked out of here with the wrong violin before.
Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh, yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. That's everything. 3 globes of gold, and that's some sort of charm?
Dear me, have you not seen that sign before?
No, never.
The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of the pawnbroker.
There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see.
Huh. I don't imagine your ignorance was so profound.
Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning?
That's entirely unimportant here, dear madam.
Irrelevant, even.
Translation, he doesn't know.
You mean you don't know? I think we're good. I think that's everything. We found what we can. We've talked. We've done a lot. So I guess it's time to go back to Baker Street. Oh, look. The pawnbrokers. Look at all the different things in the window of this shop. Ah, that's Winterbank's, the pawnbrokery. It looks much smaller than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shop at home rather unapproachable to me personally.
It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I feel so miserable.
Tearfully. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Shulman's office.
I still can't quite believe it. Never expected things to turn out like this. Oh, I know. To actually be sharing a combination with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd be happy to defend you, of course. I guess we're heading back up now that we've got the violin. Wait, where's Iris? Iris! Hello? Where'd they go? Where'd she go? Does it? God, it's been so long. I don't remember jack about the music of RuneScape. Investigated thoroughly, but can't find anything out. Oh. The Daruma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I decided to color the other eye when I won my first court case here in Britain, but you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Just feel as though it's so lacking in the lawyer. I'll tell you what, why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? If you insist. Now I'm thinking about Daruma stuff. Interesting. Is there something I'm missing? I mean, the answer is usually yes, but what's this? I've investigated. Oh no, I thought it was a different color. But it's not. I don't know. Oh, what's this? Look at this. Whatever would it be used for? Oh, I have no idea. There's a small catch just here. Look. I think this is a stereoscope camera. We're going to open it, aren't we? my, that's amazing. As some sort of spring-loaded mechanism. Which will never manage to get back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I see something rather similar to this elsewhere. Well, only tuppence for it. That ain't fair, and you know it. Articles better with a penny. It's fair, and you know it.
Articles, brother, with a penny mish. I cannot offer more.
Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Are you even a proper butcher's at all?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Lestrade! Let's see, young girl. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGill's trial 2 months ago. Gina Lestrade.
My name is Gina Lestrade, my lord.
She's a chancer, and a crust among large crowds, relieving people of the purses. What can we call a pickpocket? I remember. Oh, she's got a new coat. Go on, bid it, you lot. How did you get that back? Hello, Mr. Strad. Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Well, you remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you lot? What are you doing here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Couldn't pop that black weasel, sorry, coat, have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who saw our experimental smoke grenade launch. Wait, take two. You would be the young pickpocket who saw our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes? So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Let me see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Mr. Strahd. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here.
What's that thing he had in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Mr. Strahd, let's pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Sasam can really stand her ground if she wants to. Whatever. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Mr. Strahd. I mean, she has stuff to pawn. Just, she has no intention of ever coming back for them. Huh, yeah, well I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. Not a problem, is it? No, not at all. Just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. I think probably don't even belong there. Probably got it off the dad, didn't she? I mean, yes, I am thinking that. And I think I'm thinking that for very legitimate reasons. Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? No. Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose, sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Mr. Strahd? But not this time, alright? I swear! That thing belongs to me! The disc that Mr. Winterbank is holding? We should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Winterbank, what exactly is this metal disc that Mr. Strahd has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. It looks like a music disc.
Oh, this is a music disc, you see, caught it. For use inside a music box.
Ooh, excuse me. In a music box? What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? You know what a music box is? I've never seen one of these discs before.
There are small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Oh? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music box, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. I've no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah, I see.
That's it in a nutshell. I won't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeits it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should. It's a pity.
That's a packet of lies. It told me it did. You said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. I just want good money, I know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
What do you know about Mr. Stride?
She's been in before, of course, this little
Tatterdemalion.
This little tatterdemalion.
The fuck's a tatterdemalion? I see.
And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I want honest customer, me. I love her. She's great. So, is there something dubious about this disc you brought in today?
Well, if only it were that simple.
Sorry? Well, what do you mean?
What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
A storage ticket? A storage ticket, so... Mr. Stride has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But after you gave me the ticket for it, and we paid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Could you tell us, Mr. Winterbank?
The scamp was wearing it, ma'am.
The coat?
It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh. What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. It's nice, I like it. It looks good. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
Oh, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Mr. Stride brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed to it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she was rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this discipline, yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it? For quite a high price as well. That's all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Mrs. Stride, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. The old man! It's the old man's, ain't it? Is it, Mrs. Stride? We're really giving her the third degree. Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. I think it actually did belong to the man. My way, please. What's my way, please? Oh, who's this fucking douchebag? Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Murderer. Calling it now. He's the murderer. What is the most Oh, I found it. That was quite easy, actually. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What your problem, eh?
There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a chick, you should know how to wait in line.
Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? How's about a pickpocket?
Eh? Who are you? Oh, you know who I am.
The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't even the courtesy to remember the faces of your victims, it seems.
What? You mean, from you?
He looks like a good target, I'll give her that. Broker? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I believe this. I had it. Oh, posh. I believe this filthy pickpocket has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh my.
How the...
Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you rascal.
And needless to say,
any music box discs too.
no, you can't have it. You just can't. It's my old man's. Well, it was. Now it's mine.
Oh. Okay, I'm starting to see what happened here. Stuff that was her father's, he probably came into possession of the storage ticket. But she got it back.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is a very awkward situation, and technically not our problem.
Yes.
I think perhaps you should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Ah, fuck, it's our problem now.
Alright, what have we got?
Mr. Strahd, is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear I'm a lie. I never laid lies on that dandy before.
Well, that's it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? The ticket you brought in here just now?
No! I swear it. I swear to God.
This was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. And impeccable ego. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by those backscum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Mr. Strahd. Give the good gentleman his coat back.
Winterbank, we don't know anything.
If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call you.
Hold on. Why does everyone think of me? Now look at the daddy coat. And you think I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You what? You what?
Evidence that the article Mr. Strahd redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman.
Of course. We need only consult Mr. Winterbank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look at the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant!
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
I never ask customers' names. It's a strict policy of mine.
But why not?
Oh no, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question, the what?
Ah, shit.
Of course, it's...
Professor.
Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article. Without doubt.
A watchword? Interesting. Mr. Strahd? Words? So, about these watchwords, Mr. Winterbank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Some customers would want to keep activities secret.
That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
Yes, well. Anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article?
That's right, sir. Yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, Natsume in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on February 15th. With the watchword of Professor.
All perfectly correct information, sir.
But ow! Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt. But then how did she get the overcoat? Because she must have known it. Wait, no, but... Didn't she have to also know it just to get it back? What's happening? Nope. What even is your goddamn name, sir? Excuse me, but who are you?
One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, or perhaps our ways are foreign to you.
Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here.
Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place.
Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. Wait, what? Send help? I am confused? You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Hold on. Fiery brown colored soup, dressed up with it. That sounds like curry, first of all. Heck of a character to come back to, indeed. Yeah, no, he's alive.
Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another.
Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Chisato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
I see.
My name is...
Benedict. Yes,
Agatha Benedict. Well, that's a damn lie if I ever heard one. But if it's actually his name, what the fuck or what? But no, I have sincere doubts that it's actually his name. I would bet money on that. Not a lot of money, mind you, but some.
Enchante.
He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks. That name is... suspicious.
Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once. To someone with a style to carry it off.
It doesn't even match your style. Neil that's up, you know what? Perfect casting. Every move he makes. I couldn't get through it. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand to watch him. Can't stand watching him. I don't know why that killed me so much. Oh shit, it fits him.
So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egbert Benedict, sir.
With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. Wait. He
grown-ups. Just calm down. Everyone thinks that makes me a liar. I believe you, because there's a question that no one's asking the girl. Or Windebank. Did she not have to give the description and the date and the watchword to get the coat herself? Did she not have to do that as well? And the contents of the coat pockets, please, broken.
Of course, sir. Here's the disc for you.
Excuse me. Just this one.
Pardon, sir?
I was expecting another. That is,
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Motherfucker, he's a liar!
he stole the information from her dad. Another disc.
Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir. What was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. It discovered to me in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
So, Gutling, your hiding more was rightfully mine, are you? Says anyway, I know nothing about it.
Very well. Very well, anyway. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine.
What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal!
Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. Look at all those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to the old man. So you're not having it. Or you take it. Me? Lying onto it, the level off me again. So you keep hold of it. Mr. Strahd, why is this disc so important to her? Here's the court record. Bite it? Yeah. You there, in the Black River. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. No, don't. You're lying. Grown-ups are all liars. Ugh, what do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Herlock! Herlock, can you help us? Where is he? Where's our boy? Himbo, we need your help. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining? What's such keen interest there? Enjoying barf. As you enjoy barf caramel, I see. Mr. Sholmes? So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. We knew you were there the whole time. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way. Yes, it is, cute Street girl. I was forced to look in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of friendship. There is nothing jovial about what just happened. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So, feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, knowing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Also, welcome back, Punisher. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? It's gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem my inference is all correct. Nope. Nice. Surely you're not about to tell us that you solved the entire case once again? Oh no, wait. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder where my genius for deduction to be commoditized. How have we not murdered it? Oh, honestly I don't know. No one died yet in case 5. How much should I pawn for it? Seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of its. Oh no, is it time? Who knows what will help resolve the situation between Mr. Strahd and the mysterious gentleman. Are we doing this already? What's the right thing to do here? Honestly, I didn't even read it. I just accidentally clicked A at that time. Well, Mr. Strahd, it appears you find yourself in something of a predicament. What a blue base have you been, eh? Pardon.
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Egbert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritable encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. But your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I've drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. True. A true visit to your pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. Just as a precaution, I'm going to... Oh, wait, where's my... Just a precaution, because I don't know what... If that was an actual spoiler or not, I'm just going to go ahead and break that away. For my own sanity. Hi, welcome. No spoilers in chat, please. This is the first playthrough. I don't know if that was actually a spoiler or not, but... Specifically for just to be safe. And the second is... Oh, wait, no. What was the first thing? The true reason to visit a pawnbroker today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation. One you will orchestrate, and with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He serves white as a heart. Wow. He really just admitted to that right out the gate. I don't think we have time for this deduction. No, we've only got a few minutes. Ever seen that once again? Mr. Sholmes made a flawless deduction. I don't know what's flawless. Just who do you think you are, sir? Oh yes, as I hoped. That's precisely the pain expression I was looking for. Precisely the pain expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for the other Herlock Sholmes. Logic and reasoning spectacular. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Very speedway. So the question is, do we try and get through the deductions as quickly as we can in the next 10 minutes, or at the 10-minute mark? I guess we'll just go and we'll just see how far we can go with this. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed the pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place? There's the staff recruitment flyer, what? Now I'm pretty sure it's the key. The piece of paper in your hand is the staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. And even the most unobservant will soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there's some ulterior motive to your actions. Oh, is this the goddamn magician from Case 4 that we saw briefly? The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing funeral. Mother of God, it literally has initials on it. I hate this man. I love this man, I hate this man. The end of any walking cane should be terminated with a metal funeral to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis of the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. I love how it's just showing us the AG right there. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. It's a sword. Please be a cane sword. I would love for it to be a cane sword. You recoil, sir. There's something wrong. Gosh. How very poor. Had in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? It could, actually, you're right, it could be a croquet mallet, but I think it's a bit small. Hammer? Seems pretty small for me, a hammer. Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. Oh. What walking cane made such a stout handle, mused I? But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment in this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What is... Sometimes I wonder about this man. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Right. Conclusion, to tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. What? Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime we have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save from such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there's ample reason. As you are the only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. That was interesting. Ah, and your further glance is more telling than I could have hoped. Also, hold on. Just next to the scales. Look next to the scales. Dougie, I see puppy. What? Let's consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness holds into the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the Financial Institute opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of underground tunnels. This man's insane. Master plan? Master plan. Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off to the underground vaults of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no, way off, posh. I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its counterpiece of the centerpiece of the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sits in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Why do I have the feeling that we're doing this deduction so early on in the case, in the episode? Because this motherfucker told that motherfucker there's something real expensive over there. And this motherfucker definitely gonna go try and steal it. Yes, the considerable crime you've been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank. The special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that's top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. I have never been so disappointed in a himbo in my life. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the pawnbroking puzzle. This man. This man. I have no words for this man. I want everyone in this room to be staring at him. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective rocked with loneliness, would you agree? Was it true you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. Huh. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There could be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it's because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you say, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you reveal the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't. Maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all.
On my life! I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous.
Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care and not given out to dumb motherfuckers. Like this man. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo, an excellent idea! Oh dear lord. This guy. Alright, you know what? This is a good timing. They're just about to get started over there, so this is a good time. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yep, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Alright. So, once more, from the beginning. And this is where we're going to stop it for tonight. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining me for more of this insanity. A lot's happened today. There was twists and turns. With the first case, there's this motherfucker here. Dear God. But we'll see what happens next time. Next chance we get to play. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'm going to send this all over to Yayo Talk Show, because they're going to be playing some Sea of Thieves. And that's always a fun time. I might actually give